Well, that starting soon text is a bit small. That's not the correct size. Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Okay,
How far is that?
I've updated your route to
Eh,
the Forzathon Live event
8Ks, I'm not going there. We got this expansion over here. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday night. Guess what was released this morning? Could it be an expansion to Forza Horizon 4 with Lego? I'm excited. This is going to be really good. At least I'm hoping it's really good. I've heard good things. And it's only been out today. It was announced on Monday, or on Sunday for most people. Ah, this is where they chose to have the starting zone. Okay. Here goes nothing. Yes.
Hey, it's Jay. Everything's ready. We're about to head to Lego Valley. Kira even sent us some Lego Speed Champion sets for the drive. Now, I know half the fun is building them, and I was gonna wait for you, but...
So, here we go. First time in Lego Valley. The previous expansion was a lot more realistic, in the same way that Forza Horizon 3 had a expansion called Blizzard Mountain, and then the second expansion was a lot more fun, a lot less realistic. It was Hot Wheels. Actually, my mic probably sounds bad right now. But this time, Lego Speed Champions. Now, for those who don't know, Forza Horizon 4 is a very good, realistic-looking racing game.
Here's what I see.
With arcade racing
I see a world
as the driving
made of
style.
bricks. No, listen. And there'd be dinosaurs and pirate ships and ghosts, I guess? Yeah, ghosts. We'll build a city and cars just as fast as the real thing. We'll call it Lego Valley. You in?
Hell yeah, I'm in. I wonder, when they built the stupid white room, did they know they were going to do a Lego expansion?
Time to show everyone what a speed champion looks like.
Okay, here we go. Yes! Oh, that looks amazing.
Welcome to Lego Valley.
I like this already.
Horizon is unable to confirm or deny the presence of unidentified flying Lego objects. That information is classified. Oh, watch out for the dinosaur bones.
Now, one thing I will have to quickly tweak. And I don't know if I can do it from here. But I need to turn on damage. Because it's Lego. Alright.
Horizon to air traffic control, requesting permission to land.
Here we go, an area built out of Lego. Imagine how much fun you'd have just designing this world. Wait, did I... Okay. Oh right, this is the Lego version of the McLaren Senna, that's why. Oh jeez. Yep, let's pretend I did that. I am okay with this. No.
Champions Mini. Not so many anymore.
Yes. Right, Dylan? It's so good. Pyro chips. Let me know how the audio and the bitrate are. Because I bumped up the bitrate to 4000, because New NVENC actually supports that now. And the audio, I might have to raise the priority of... what's it called? Dolby Audition. Dynamically adjusting the bitrate.
Welcome to Brickchester. Population, a whole lot.
I feel like it didn't originally, and now it does. Either that. Yeah. But let me know if the video looks okay. Originally I had it at 3500, and now it's at 4000.
Don't worry, they're just
Flying ghosts!
nothing to be afraid of.
Excellent, thank you.
Festival site
There's a
coming
lot of
up.
variety on
Wait
this map.
till you get a load of this.
And this is only the intro race. I guess because... Hey sweet, I got an achievement.
What do you think of the new site? Pretty sweet, huh?
Because I have it in
Put you up
streamer
in a
mode,
new
there's
house.
no
Well,
music
kind
for this
of.
part.
But we saved you the best spot in the
No,
festival.
the expansion gives you a whole new map and its own set of races.
Hey, Wizard. Here
And
it
its own
is,
set of cars.
Horizon Lego Valley. Now, Lego needs a speed champion, and the festival needs master builders. And you need a place to live. This is the base plate where you'll be building your very own master builder's house.
Okay. What do I need to build my house? How many cars do I take apart?
First things first, you need bricks. Lots of bricks.
Yep,
You can get
correct.
them by completing brick challenges. Think of it like a big box of Lego to play with. The question is, which one will it be first?
Oh, and I can turn this on now. Actually, can I? Yes, I can! Haha! Okay, so... These are the ones I can complete now, but I have not completed any of them. And stuff like this will give me 40. I'm not sure about the price. However, you can pay for Xbox Game Pass and then buy the expansion on top. That is an option. Pit stop near the entrance to the LEGO Raceway. Find the helipad. Football arena just east of your house. Okay, let's go east. Hi, Sonic. Also, I think if you have gold... if you have Xbox Live Gold, I think there's a discount on top of that. Not sure. Okay, so let's pin the football arena.
First brick challenge set. Let's do this.
Center of the desert, lighthouse to the southern edge, UFO crash site. There's so much. Holy crap. That's a lot of LEGO challenges. It's gonna take forever to build my house. How are you doing, Sonic? And yeah, it does feel like it should be its own game. We'll take a look at the map in a sec.
Dashboard to display objectives for the challenge you're tracking. I'll be in touch when you've completed it.
Wait, car dashboard to show... What? Where am I supposed to see this? Oh, okay. Above the map. So, they didn't adjust my car. Really, Sonic, I should have reminded you yesterday. So... East. Where is it? The football arena. How big of a map are we looking? Also, this is the first time the map is not 2D. So we've got... What do we have? The Falcon Raceway in the top. The... Area 7052, also known as the desert. Bit of trees, some kind of river. Brickchester in the middle. Grab Xbox Game Pass for PC, because that should be $1. Buy the expansion. It's not a big map, but it seems to have a lot of challenges. Yeah, my concern is it's a fairly small map. Redbeard's Retreat, so there's a small beach. There's a beauty spot right behind us. Let's go there first. Right here.
Check it out. I swear, this is the first time Kira didn't have to chase me to help with the festival setup.
But Dylan, I would definitely recommend the game in general. as my shirt shows. I may recommend this series of games. You know, just a little. I like how we see regular cars driving around here as well. Right, let's go to the... Okay, this football arena. Let me guess, it's not cheap? Because last I checked, it wasn't cheap. Yeah. Yep. Looks correct to me, unfortunately.
That's one brick challenge.
Oh
there.
my god.
And many, many more to go. Let's take a look.
You're only a few bricks away from putting a Lego roof over your head. So, which challenge will it be next?
What about if you buy just the expansion? How much is just the expansion? Okay. What else can we pin? That's no good. Northwest. East of the desert. First bonus board. Speed zone, speed zone. Smash 20 traffic cones in 45 seconds. There are traffic cones. We need to break them. Win the LEGO Festival Sprint event. Okay. Right. Let's find this one. Is there a minigame here at all? It's just called Stunt Park, gotcha. Oh, actually, I should be sticking to the road so that I can discover the roads. Oh, Ben's already played. He's already discovered 3
I
roads.
should have mentioned, things are a little different this time round. There's a whole valley full of events and stunts already set up for you to discover. You just gotta go find them.
Ah, well, there you go. So there's a stunt board here. Hey, look! There's a lady in the house! That is the streamer
Was that the
channel.
challenge
Yeah?
you were going for? Never mind, it still counts. Nice work.
Okay, so this is a Trailblazer. They were introduced as part of the first expansion. You go through the 2 flags and then follow whatever path through the end as quickly as possible. The other thing... Yeah, that's fair, Dylan. The other thing to keep in mind is the game, when it does go on sale, doesn't go on sale much. Like, as in, it's not much cheaper. So it doesn't really matter when you buy it. Let's spin this wheel. No comment. Maybe these will have something. I already own a Pagani Zonda and that Ford Mustang, I think. I definitely own the Zonda, because the Zonda has horrible handling, and I know this. I don't think I have those. Alright, my face is covering the right one. I'll let you know if anything interesting pops up. The 911 Turbo 82. Ah yes, a glitter pink cap and a red velvet bomber. That's what I need. Not what I need. Okay, what else do I have? I have business. It is. My character's not going to wear it though. Okay. That was a lighthouse speed trap, right? So I'm assuming the lighthouse is on this side. What do I need? Find the lighthouse. Okay. Damn, DDR Boxman has already done a fair bit. Okay. We're gonna follow this road up to here. And I'm also gonna use some of these points I've got. Sure, easy level up. And this one. And this one. And this one. Oh, new personal best, just like that. Ah, 5k is too slow. OG Burnout Paradise. I own both that and the remastered one, so if you ever wanna race in that, let me know. I wonder if there are new horns in this as well. And what would those be? I've driven on one road! Lighthouse Scramble. Left. Ooh, speed zone. Same, I wish there was a Need for Speed Underground 3. Especially with today's tech. I would play the hell out of that. I agree. What was it? SimCity had the same problem. It was 2EA. Because their Glassbox engine was exactly that. A glass box where the NPCs were too dumb. Basically, how much do you know about the crap engine in SimCity and why everyone has been playing, what's that other city building game? City Skylines. Okay, so basically, the way the logic works is in the morning, the NPCs leave their houses and drive to the nearest business, all at the same time. Once that business is full of people, they try going to the next one instead, and the next one and the next one. As far from their houses as they can go. At the end of the day, they all leave their place of work and go to the nearest house. Regardless of where they lived that morning. So you could have a house that literally had 2 adults living in it in the morning, and then in the evening, you'd have 1 adult and 3 children. Same goes for schools, same goes for everything. If there was a fire... No, say there were 2 fires in the city at the same time, all of the fire trucks would go to one fire until there were 4 parked outside, and then the rest would go to the other fire. But only once the first 4 arrive there. And the biggest problem with this logic is the roads get completely cramped, and there's nothing you can do because none of the drivers use any kind of logic. Another example, if you had a straight line of road and a slightly longer route right next to it, all of the cars would take the straight line, and none of them would take the slightly longer one, even though the straight line is completely packed with cars. That is how dumb their engine for that game was. And that's why nobody plays that game. And everyone plays City Skylines instead. Because you would reach a point where all your roads are packed, everything's on fire, and you can't do anything about it. It's really bad. So yeah, EA ruined cities, ruined SimCity. Those were plastic tires. DVD, nice. I have a copy of SimCity for the DS, I think. No, not for the DS. The Game Boy Advance. Somewhere. I don't think I owned any of the previous ones. Oh yeah, no, I definitely own The Sims 1 on CD. And The Sims 2. And The Sims 2 Pets. No, The Sims 2 Unleashed. That was the Pets expansion for that game. No. Was Unleashed Sims 1 or Sims 2? I feel like Sims 1... The Sims Unleashed was the title, I think. God, it's been too long. Yeah, that's fair. Now... we have another drift zone here. And we haven't gone down these roads yet. What's this? Oh. And then if we go left, we can go to the desert. So let's do that. I think that's how I got it too. I definitely bought that Origin Humble Bundle. I also bought the Lego Humble Bundle, so I now own basically all of the Lego games on PC. And of course, they announced... oh jeez, you know what I need? Difficulty, I think? Is that where it's under? Rewind. I don't care if it gives me less credits, I want to rewind. Because I lost control about here. What I actually wanted to do...
that was a speed ramp. Sorry. Little joint project between myself and the Lego team. Does exactly what you think it will do.
Already driven down this desert, haven't I? Down this road. I've been down this road before. This is true. I own, like, literally the game that's called Need for Speed, the latest one, I think. On Xbox One. Been meaning to stream that at some stage. But to be honest, this game's more fun. And to be honest, I am terrible at driving in that game. Which I'm curious if that inability translates to Need for Speed Underground 2, which I've been meaning to... I think I have it installed, I just haven't launched it. If we could have Need for Speed Underground 2 with like a
Hunting for
HD
Lego
mod,
dinosaurs in the
I would
beautiful
play
Lego
that.
forest? Better bring along your Lego binoculars. And possibly a Lego first aid kit.
Mm-hmm. No, they do. As does this. Except for the Lego. Although it looks like real Lego. My plan is to turn right here and miss the turn. That wasn't the plan, but we'll run with it. Okay, so yes, the newest Need for Speed game definitely looks even more photorealistic than this. This one does a very good job in going for super real while adding a bit of color. Because the Need for Speed that I own on Xbox One, as far as I can tell, it's always nighttime, and everything's always dreary. We'll count that as completed, even though I crashed into a tree, okay? Nobody saw my landing yet. Oh, it's under the bridge, okay. Most Wanted was good. I grew up on Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 from the 90s. Like, I would literally go to the city to my family friend who lived there to play that game. And I could probably draw, or at least I can remember most of those tracks in that game. And that's why a couple of the cars I have in this game come from that game. Yeah, it does. Also, look at this steering wheel. There is nothing useful in this car. There's no useful dashboard. Now, there was a... There it is. Mm-hmm. Even the... Yeah, Sonic. A lot of good Need for Speed games in the 90s. And the early 2000s. Well, Dylan, that's why the PlayStation 4 supports x86. Because they realized they couldn't just keep running their own shit. Hey, I got more points on that drift bone than Boxman. That's fun. I will admit, this map does feel a bit small. Also, I'm just completing challenges left and right without even trying. All I'm doing is exploring the map. I own Carbon. I started it. I don't know if it was the fact that the maximum resolution was very small or something about it. It just felt visually crap. And so I haven't put too much effort into completing it. Yeah, I think I maybe did the first 2 races in that game. I installed it and launched it to make sure it worked, and then went, wait. Not to mention, one of the things about my setup... You know what I just realized? I wasn't paying attention. I need to fix this now that I see it. And then I need to... I think it's under HUD. My cat has arrived. Unfortunately, I have no feedback on that topic, Dylan. I didn't play it enough to comment. There was this really good one that I enjoyed. I don't remember what it was called. I own it on Origin as well. But it was one where you would be the cop and all your friends would be the racers and you'd have to catch them. We haven't gone up this way yet. So what if we went up like that? Hell yeah. I would like more Lego cars though. Interestingly, you get a speed boost from the ramp before you even touch the ramp. Oof. That sounds painful.
Hey, wizard. Congratulations! You're ready to begin the first construction of your Lego house. Meet me here.
She's just excited as I am. Oh, right. There was a... I don't think I was supposed to bump into that. But it's fine.
I heard this conspiracy theory that they recovered Lego minifigures from this UFO crashed in the desert and, like, took them apart to study them. And it was fine, because they could just put them back together again afterwards.
Oh yeah. I had my character set to kind of... that. Why did it move me over here? Okay, I just need to discover one more area. Now, interestingly, Oh. That's cool. So if you zoomed out, the road fades out here. If you zoom in, the road gets exposed. So we need to go into this pit stop first. Anything we can do along the way? No. Okay. Oh, that's right. I remember your network share. You also had that one game where you would literally see everything pop in while you pause the game. That was solid. Why are there bits of Lego that are solid? Also... right here. There's some bricks. I was trying to figure out what that sound was. I think it's supposed to be running water. Don't know. Dylan, you run all the weird stuff. Also, have you sent that OBS video to someone who will be able to upload it tonight? Because my guess is we go live at 3 AM or 5 AM your time. Because that's the usual case. I think it's the rain that's causing weird sound effects. Ah. Oh, that's right, he did too. Might want to do that. Okay, pit stop time. Oh, it's not a pit stop, it's a side road. Oh, the blue line here is supposed to... I'm confused. This is a speedway. Where's the... That's not the pit stop. Maybe the... No? Yeah. I do remember seeing that suggestion. Oh, hang on. We need to... Where is this? Can I crash through this? Yes, I can. There we go. Okay, there's only 25 influence boards on this map. You could either show more of the window, or, so, more of the window including the title area, but blur out the other areas, other entries. Actually, why am I talking about this when I can literally show you? Oh, I have the layers all mixed up, that's why. Okay. That's 20%. Is that too much? Why do I have a 20% and a 60%, but not like a 40%? Whatever, this should be enough. So... Say we have this focused. Let's delete the cursor. Alright. I can't actually see what I'm creating for you here. And then what we do is we either pixelate or blur. And I wouldn't even do like an aggressive blur. Like my 15 blur is too high. So I would maybe do... Which one of these is the blur? I think I can do it if I double... No? Aha, blur strength. Yeah. So even if it's like a blur of 3, right? And then you actually capture like that. Even that, I think, would do it. No, I didn't mean to open Firefox. Sorry. Yeah, just the piece cut out. So literally that's how I do it. Obviously it'd be this one, not this one. Because I don't have a number here, so it was easier to just do this one. But something like that. Because then people will know, oh, I know where the CPU usage is shown. The problem is, not everyone knows about the stats dock. Or the stats window. So you could do the stats dock and replace the mixer or something. Probably how I'd do it. No, that's the controller. That's fine. I need that one. So here, I don't know if you saw my note about... Yeah. I don't know if you saw my note about visibility transitions, but here's the fade out, fade in, but the fade out doesn't work for desktop capture if you've got two of them. Which is what I've got, because this one's a display capture and this one is. But everything else, check that out. Alright, let's go back to the game. Oh. My question is, do I only own this one Lego car? It could be that. I don't think it is. As far as I can tell, it seems to be something related to the desktop duplicator. Because I think I had 2 instances of the same scene item and it was fine. There's a lot of road here, by the way. This raceway. Road Roamer. I've only driven 30 out of 112. Also, the effect on the headlights looks a little weird. Yeah, it does. Especially if you're talking to someone who doesn't know the difference. Because you're like... So if you duplicate a source, and they're like, what? Or if you've got 2 scene items of the same source, what? This area of the map is very loud. There's just a lot going on. Right then. I might check. Wait, is my... I can't tell, is my character female? How do I customize my Lego character? Is that something I can do? Let's do these wheel spins first. Ah yes, jazzy legs. And 10,000 credits. 2 regular wheel spins. Let's go. Did they actually add any Lego cars to the wheel spins? I know I asked that last time, but I haven't seen it. A Holden Sandman. So if we go to my cars... and we filter, can we filter by Lego? Is there a... So that's a no. Okay. I have some really nice cars. Oh, that's right. I was gonna... There's a reason why my Lamborghini Diablo SV... Actually, should it be the... There's a reason I went with that SV design on the side. Yeah, that is a good point. But I think global sources make more sense from a functional standpoint as well. Not just a programming standpoint. I do not see any other Lego cars in my collection. And I don't have an easy way to filter by them. Alright, well... we're actually going to switch to a faster car. Not that. Because... we want to get there quickly. One thing I would like to... one thing I would like to recreate from XSplit is the scenes selector, where they're just big buttons you can click on. Because those would work really well with a touchscreen, I feel. Why is that solid? Why does everything in this game have to be solid? It should. I also played around with Narrator yesterday, and OBS, and there's this weird bug where if you open the context menu, sometimes some of the menu items don't have narrator things, but then other times they do. And I don't know why. Like, it tells you to flick up to open the menu. And I don't know what that means because I'm not used to using it. I may have to read a tutorial of some kind. Oh, it's probably QT's fault, yeah. QT has some weird bugs. I didn't tell you about the weird bug that I ran into with what was it? With the browser panels. I mean, I think I gave you the basic rundown of if you focus the panel first and then unfocus OBS, the QT still thinks the window is in focus, even though it's not. And so hotkeys don't work. Yeah. It would. Would we even need a touchscreen? Well, yes, I think we need modes, like presets for docks. But technically, all you'd need to do is add some
Now, you
padding
might
to
be
all of
playing
the
with
buttons.
Lego, but this is a Horizon event after all. So every time you upgrade your house, we'll throw in some rewards for you.
Okay. Now, how
amazing
much...
is this place? Now, I was doing some work for Lego, and I found instructions for a full-scale Lego Ferrari F40. You want to be a speed champion? Get me some bricks. These new brick challenges should help.
So, I need bricks to make my house and to make fast cars. Oh, this game is ridiculous.
I've been playing around with this Lego tech myself. So I've built these bonus cubes, and if you find and smash them, it should give you a skills influence boost.
I just noticed
Hey,
the subtitles
only one
show
way
up.
to find out.
Okay. Good question. I don't know. They should be. Defeats the point of the HUD safe zone, doesn't it? Okay, so the reason I'm here is... Now, I do know there's a barn find. There's a Lego barn find, which apparently you can discover the barn find, but the car isn't in the game yet. And then the other thing I wanted to do, the first thing is Forzathon shop. I only have 140 Forzathon points, which means I can't buy this rare car. They also didn't provide any Lego vehicles for this Forzathon shop, which is dumb. And then I also wanted to go to DLC cars because I wanted to check if there are any... Is there a purchase, not purchase filter? I agree, Dylan. The problem is, one, there are a lot of items in the context menus. Two, if they weren't in context menus, there wouldn't be as many of them. So you run into a challenge of, do we add the ability to have multiple primary windows, or multiple main windows where you can dock things as you like? So that you can have one screen which is just the preview and stats, and then another control window which is just your scenes. Yeah. Well, Andasama did make a dockable properties window, so it is possible. I agree, dockable transform would be amazing. You could probably adapt the dockable properties PR to support that. The problem that you start to run into is the issue we ran into with the stats dock. Because now you have a stats window and a stats dock. And if the main window is minimized, the stats dock minimizes with it. But if you minimize the main window, the regular stats window doesn't minimize. Because one issue that I've started running into is that I don't have any more space to put anything on my main OBS. So let me pull this up for you. Yeah, we do. I think that is something we really need. So here's my OBS window. Let me just disable the preview. Let me zoom in and then disable the preview. And actually, I can also open a windowed projector so that I can see what you see in real time. So this perfectly fits a 16:9 preview. I've got the master mixer here. I've got Muxy. I've got stats. I've got restream titles. I've got restream chat. I've got mixer chat in case things bug out, and I've got Google Play Music. Now, Google Play Music does not work properly on small docks, and this is where you start to run into issues where you're like, okay, well, I kind of wish I could use the preview space to have the music dock, right? That'd be one nice thing. The other thing is I've got the input mixer here, the scenes here, my list of sources here, and what you'll notice down here is I've got scene transitions and the controls, and I've also, in my version of OBS, in my version of OBS, I've actually disabled the exit button because it's a waste of space when the scene transitions isn't even as tall as these 4 buttons. I've also disabled, the replay buffer because I don't use it, and again, the button takes up too much space. So having a way for me to switch between editing and live mode would be handy, because then I could make, for example, this bigger, and I could make this bigger, and I could make... Oh, jeez. My bitrate just dropped there. I need that dynamic bitrate PR. We should be fine. We only dropped 36 frames. But having a mode where I can kind of have the canvas take up maximum size, and then another one where it doesn't take up as much space, but I get more space for stuff like Muxy and stuff like editing titles and stuff like chat. And then obviously the ability to dock stuff like the automatic scene switcher maybe, or the transition override matrix. Although, let's be honest, this thing is nuts. And my scenes aren't even complicated. Imagine some of those people that have, like, hundreds of scenes. No thanks. Oh, and also a way to open links in a new doc would be cool. Yeah. That... Oh, without pushing everything up. Yeah, so that one is a limitation of this thing not being dockable at all. And of the base dock. Anyway, let's jump back. Because we actually haven't done a race yet. So let's... Right, I needed bricks to build a car. That's something I needed. That's fine. I needed to launch the game first. I haven't explored this bit. I haven't actually explored this city center yet. That's a lot of road. Let's go there. Okay. Well, actually, no. Let's go to Forzathon Live. Which is over in the desert. Okay.
Route to Forzathon Live now.
I love Forzathon Live events. They're so much fun. Let's do it. Let's see how many people are in Lego cars and how many of them went, screw it, I need something faster. Yes. I've got 3 minutes before I have to join this. Okay. This road has no grip. Probably because it's plastic. What was the physics with that floating block? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm in a fast car. Speed traps are nothing. Same with the bones. Okay, we've got one person here, I think.
Forzathon Live will begin soon. Good luck.
Oh, he's already reached the point where he built that car. Oh, part of it despawned when I crashed into it. I want to build my own racetrack in Lego in this. That'd be fun. Why is the blimp not made of Lego? Come on. Poor form. So this is going to be Forzathon Live with 2 people. This is going to be rough. Maybe possibly 1, because he's AFK. Just my luck. Oh no, he's here. Oh, that's why I went to the garage. There was supposed to be... True. But half of it disappeared the moment I bumped into it.
Forzathon Live, starting in 5, 4, 3.
Oh yeah, the Forzathon Live thing also shows up out here.
Go! Round 1 started.
Get to the danger sign. Okay. I was just at the end of this road here. It was a terrible jump. I did land it though. I know, Dylan, and I agree that it's the most logical way to do it. But at least make sure your baked model and your live model are the same shape. Even if one has less polygons. That jump has a weird... Oh, did that count? Yes, it counted! I'm getting bricks for this, it's fine. I need to find the bricks that you can break to get bricks from them. Like the big bricks. Yes. On the hour, every hour, you go to Forzathon Live, and together you want to get points. I went the wrong way too. The more people, the more points you need to get, but obviously with more people, the faster you get the points. If you end up with like 3 people, like we did this time, it's not as good, and one of the reasons is because not everyone buys the Ultimate Edition or the expansions. I only bought the Ultimate Edition because I enjoyed the first one so much. And you saw the price. It's not a game that you can just kind of impulse buy. Even if you have the money, you kind of go, I don't know. But then you get something like the Hot Wheels expansion in Forza Horizon 3, or this Lego expansion in Forza Horizon 4, where you're like, maybe it's worth it, if I play it enough. And I think I'm level 476? No. Yeah. I think it's 300 you get a star. Every 300 you get a star, meaning I've got a star plus 100, so 470. I will say, this Lamborghini does not drive well on sand. That is something we have learned today. Which actually most Lamborghinis don't do well on sand. Changed what for Sonic? Oh, that's right. Yeah. I do remember that, actually. Yeah, the Ultimate Edition gives you stuff like a double XP boost throughout the entire thing and stuff like that as well. Here we go, we just need one more person to jump.
Get to round 2!
Round 2 is that way. What is round 2? A speed zone. Yeah. Well, as part of the Ultimate Edition for this one, you get free wheel spins every couple of weeks. I agree, Dylan. And that's one of the reasons I didn't buy the Ultimate Edition for the first one. Because partly I'd never played a Forza Horizon game before, so I didn't know how much fun I'd have. Which I played a lot of that game. But also I was like, I don't know if I want to reward these guys for making gameplay not as satisfying for people who don't buy the Ultimate Edition. And that's still an issue I have with this one. But by including the expansions, it kind of makes it worth it. Also, there's no music right now. Oh no! No, just... well, in this case, because this is an expansion map, only the people who own either the Ultimate Edition or this specific expansion can participate in these Forzathon Live events. Because the Forzathon Live events occur in every map, at the same time, for every player at the same time. If you're connected online. So, if you have people that have this expansion and are able to play in the LEGO world, then they can contribute. And that's why there's only 3 races for this Forzathon Live. I think we actually might have... I think we still have 3. Possibly 4. Okay. Nope, just 3. We have 3 people. Now, okay, it is launch day for the expansion, and so not everyone has downloaded it. But if I was in the main map, where other people are still playing, or might not be playing because the game's been out for a year. Yes, Sonic. Well, actually, so the expansion pre-downloaded for me on Monday. So, literally after the keynote, I checked and it was already downloading onto my computer. Turns out, that big tree is solid. But then I went to launch the game today, and I realized I had a 6 gig update. So I'm glad I checked before stream. Oh no, I missed the frickin' end gate. But one of the things that I started doing with the previous expansion, which was the... Oh no, I missed it again. I'm so bad at these. Only 7 minutes left. I don't think we'll finish this one, let alone the third one. One of the things I started doing with the other expansion is when it started approaching Forzathon Live, I would actually fast travel to the main map and wait there. Because I'd rather do it with more players and complete it faster, rather than do it on the new map, which, as cool as it might look, takes longer and is less fun. The other thing to keep in mind is that things like drift zones suck in winter. And that's once a month for a whole week. So I kind of avoid Forzathon Live in winter, just in case there's a drift zone, because every car sucks in the snow. Even if you put snow tires on. Oh yeah, this guy's gone AFK, that's nice. I love how reflective the Legos are too. Fair, Sonic. Too bad I'm terrible at rally driving. Or I get bumped into trees right before the finish line. That was a neat turn. Oh, that wasn't. I may be a bit rusty. Every single time I screw up that turn. Yeah, we're not gonna finish this. Not all three, anyway. That turn, it's too sharp. And me trying to show off while rusty. Oh no, not again, not again! Oh my god. I'm glad there was a solid thing there. Yeah. The non-Lego stuff handles it much better, I think. They might have made the Lego too reflective.
Round 2 complete. Get to round 3.
Our speed trap we might be able to do. Whether we do it in 3 minutes is another story. Well, it looks like wet plastic. I get plastic is supposed to be reflective. Also, these just collapse downwards instead of in the direction that I crashed. That is fun. Also, I'm getting all the Lego pieces. There's just a pile of bricks there for the express purpose of you crashing into them. Technically, I could switch to the Pagani Zonda for this, but I don't like driving that car. One minute. Nah, not gonna make it. But we're gonna milk this, that's not the button I meant to push. This one. One of the things this game does well, and I guess it's because it's a racing game, they don't explicitly tell you who's playing on PC and who's on console, which GTA 5 does. It puts a little picture of it. Oh, well, actually, it puts a picture of a controller to tell you the difference between someone playing with keyboard and mouse versus controller, which is regardless of platform. But this one doesn't give you an indicator at all, because in the end, it's all the same. I don't know if you can play this by using a keyboard on the Xbox, so why would you want to?
Round 3! Fail!
Yep, 40 Forzathon points, I'll take it. Yeah, you can see the shadows completely change the moment you bump into the bigger trees. That's solid. It's like they made parts of this map being like... Okay, that was more solid than I was expecting.
Bonus cube. Nice. And check it out. I made them so that they rebuild themselves. Who's the master builder now?
Oh, it's the little H icons. I get it. Dylan, my guess is that was at the explicit request of Sony, where they were, I don't remember if you remember, where they were like, oh, you know, we don't want crossplay because Sony PlayStation Network is this, you know, because we can only guarantee the safety of the Sony PlayStation Network. And then Phil Spencer, and that was at E3 last year, or the year before, and Phil Spencer was like, I take offense to that. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Yeah, PC and PlayStation. I also remember Rocket League in another game accidentally enabling crossplay just to show how easy it is to do. Why is that solid? Why can I not drive through here? Mm-hmm. That's on purpose. That's explicitly Sony going, we want to be able to say that if they're not on our platform, we have no control over what they say. Those shouldn't be solid either. Ooh, there's a second level. Wait. There's a bonus board here. There's the bonus board. Oh, it's up there. How do I get up there? Do I have to... Can I go over this wall? I think I have to go over that wall. It was satisfying in the main map. It's even more satisfying here. Oh, there's a lot of bonus cubes. How do I know if I've already destroyed a bonus cube before? Okay, that's bullcrap. Why was that solid? Okay, too fast. But I've almost got it. Nope, still too fast. And slightly to the right. Still too fast and slightly to the left. Okay. 100? Yeah, okay. It's absolutely the best. I see 2 ramps here, and I'm going for it. I seem to have knocked a tree out of the real world and into the Lego world. Also, there's a danger sign up. Oh yeah. Just, okay, what happens if we throw these bricks? What does it sound like when a car crashes into Lego bricks? Can we test that? Oh, I only got novice for that? Oh no, expert, okay. Top 33% because no one else has played this. Oh jeez. You'd actually think that the mix of real life style... That speed boost did not work the way they wanted it to. The mix of real life and Lego... You'd think it wouldn't work as well as it does. Shush. Quiet, you. Okay, houses are just as solid as the bigger trees. So if I wanted to go from the Lego area to the regular map, this is where I would go to do it. Oh, also, I need to explore some of these pirate ships. Yes.
Alright, look. I've been really good this whole time we've been in Lego Valley. I haven't done this once, but I'm gonna do it now, yeah?
Yar, me Lego hearties! Shiver me timbers! Rawr.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had to rush some of it, which would explain why the one barn find in the game for this expansion doesn't exist in the game yet. Because they aimed for E3, but were only able to release it at the end of E3. I bet they will improve on it over time. Now, I think I had more bricks. Now, the other reason why I wanted to go to this spot over here... There's too much to see! I can't do races! Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather they either wait or just release what they've got and improve it over time, which they've been improving this game over time a heap. So, for example, the Forzathon shop existed on release, but... where is it? Where's the thing that I'm looking for?
Welcome back, wizard.
Ah, so... This festival playlist did not exist at launch. They only added it recently. And the idea is that you already have the weekly Forzathon challenges, right? So you've got a weekly challenge, you've got 3 daily challenges, and then you've got the shop. But they needed a place where you could see everything in one spot. Correct. Forza Motorsport is track races because it's a simulation racer. Forza Horizon is an arcade racer open world multiplayer. So the idea here is you've got your weekly Forzathon stuff, but you've also got all of these events, which existed to start, I think the rival stuff existed as well. But having a single screen where you can go, okay, oh my god, if I get this to 80%, I can get a caddy limo. I mean, it's fun. I've played... Hang on. I do own Forza Motorsport 3 for 360. And I think I own Forza Motorsport 4. This one's in Polish, though. So, that line there says, "Drive the cars of your dreams." This one looks good, visually. I am unable to drive in it well. That's why I continue playing this game. Because I've tried... I don't know what it is. It feels sluggish compared to this game. Both of my parents are Polish. My parents were both born in Poland, both moved to Melbourne, and then met in Melbourne. Damn, I need a caddy limo. Okay. So the Star Card stuff is new as of this event. Or this expansion. So what are these? Unlock 70 race routes. Okay. Complete 5 finales. Complete 40 season events. I've done none. Oh, I'm such a bad driver. Yeah, I know. Well, my mum's aunt already lived in Melbourne. And it's possible they both... She knew someone that knew my dad or something to that effect. I don't know. I don't know the details. But that's the general gist of it. And like, especially when I was younger, we spent a lot of time at the Polish house nearby. Which is a Polish school. There's a scouts thing behind it. They have lunch and stuff on weekends and dinner. And there would be like discos and stuff. So it's possible they met there. I don't know. Dylan. PR stunts. Complete 30 seasonal PR events. Okay, I've only done 2. Discover 94 PR stunts. Earn 84 stars on speed camera PR stunts. So I only need 4 more of those. I need 14 more speed zone stars. I need another 18. 17 for drift zones. Need another 10 for danger. There's a lot to do in this game. Also, can we appreciate how much money I've got in this game? Oh, I haven't touched Online Adventure either. Which is basically... which is basically competitive. Not touching that. Now, the whole reason I was here is I wanted to see if I can customize my Lego character. And what I'm seeing here is not a way to customize my Lego character. Because my Lego character right now has lipstick. Yeah. And also, do we have any horns that are new as part of this expansion? They are. Oh, yes! I was gonna go with greetings. But... Age of Empires, anyone? Hi, I'd like to equip all of these. Just drive up to people. I need that as my horn as well. I've heard that one as people drive around. Oh, when did I unlock this? That's a half-assed air horn if I've ever heard one. That would go really well with some of the police siren skins that I've got. This one's dumb. I need to get this. How do I get this one? Reach round 23 of the Horizon Road Racing Series. We are going to do the Horizon Road Racing Series, guys. We need to unlock Grunt Birthday Party for sure. This is very topical. This is very topical. But I'm sticking with the... I know. I'm sticking with... because that is also in Age of Empires. So, we can't customize our Lego character. We need more bricks. So, we're gonna switch to our... crap, what model was our Lego car? Because, like, I've got 500 cars. Yes, I do. I haven't played it yet. I need to. I don't remember what model that Lego car was. I should have marked it as a favorite. Alright, instead, we're gonna go favorites, and we're gonna go this guy right here. And then we're going to go for the Road Racing Series, which is the blue one. Let's do some races. Oh, this is going to be so good. Hey, what level am I in the Road Racing Series? $16. We may be here a while. We may have to revisit this on Sunday. Sonic, make sure you've downloaded the game by Sunday, because I will be playing this again. Me too, Dylan. I was never very good at it, but it was fun. Recognize these three chumps. That Holden is going very fast. Well, he's not doing too well back there. I'm driving a bit more careful because I haven't played in a couple weeks. And I don't know these tracks at all. You will also notice on the controller above my head how heavily I hit the triggers. Which is handy to know. I would say there's maybe a 50 millisecond delay. At most. Probably less than that. I'll show you after the race. It feels instant. Especially if you're not paying attention. It definitely, there's more of a delay. Hi, Tim. Have you played this yet? If not, would you like to join me? Oh, jeez. Oh, intensity. Yes. I misread that. Because I read it from the corner of my eye while trying to drive. Yes. It absolutely cares about intensity. And that is one of the benefits of playing racing games, even on PC with a controller. And the other beauty of the Xbox One controller especially is that there are rumble motors in the triggers. So when I accelerate, this part rumbles, but when I hit the brakes, the actual trigger rumbles. Oh, that got sent to everything. Whatever. So, say I... Oh, I got a bunch of star cards, okay. So, say I very lightly hit the trigger, and you can see that up here. This requires more precision than I'm used to. Katarian, I have not. Well, actually, yes. I played it. Sonic, did we play it during the open beta? I want to say it was the open beta. I definitely played it then, and I enjoyed it, but the car sounds weren't as good as Forza Horizon 3, and I didn't end up playing it as much as I like. I also bought it. However, the issue I've run into is that... Yeah. There's a reason I play this game. There's a reason I'm level 477. Yes. Yes, it was very arcadey. It was more arcadey than this, and I wasn't used to the handling. But Windows 10 1903 has a broken component somewhere, or at least breaks BattlEye, which is the anti-cheat that the Crew 2 uses. Timmy. Yep. YouTube works best. It gives you transcoding options as well, so... Visually, probably doesn't do it as well. But... because BattlEye is broken on 1903... I can't play it. Like, I could literally... watch. But I would absolutely play it if it worked. I wanted to play it a couple weeks ago, and I launched it, and I was like, damn, I looked it up, and they haven't. So... why does Bottissimo only post that in Twitch chat? Oh, right, because of the number of messages. Okay. So, the Crew, yes, the Crew 2 open beta is here, but Crew 2. If I hit play, although there was a Crew 2 update today, it didn't update BattlEye. So if I go to... you'll notice the Crew 2, 11th of May. And so this is the error that I get. Launching BattlEye service, launching game, and then when the game tries to launch, it gives me this. Windows cannot access a specified device path or file. You may not have appropriate permissions to access the item. Now, if I go to that directory, you'll notice there are two executables. The Crew 2 BattlEye and the Crew 2. This one's the BattlEye launcher. If I click the BattlEye launcher, then something moved over here. I think the DLL just got updated. Yeah, 946. Then I get that. If I launch the game directly... yeah, I googled it, and it's unfixable, basically. Which sucks, because I really wanted to play it. If I launch the game directly, it also launches the BattlEye launcher. And if I go into services... wait. Nope, same error. I was like, something's flashing. Failed to launch game. If I go into services, you'll actually notice that BattlEye is manual and has not launched. But if I manually start it, and then launch the Crew 2, the DLL got updated, or the system file got updated again. But again, the Crew 2 BattlEye executable is still outdated, and so I still run into that. So, as much as I'd love to play it, doesn't work. So instead, we're playing Lego. Oh, that's right. So I need to collect 135. Any particular bricks? Just anything? Speed zones? Races? Alright, let's do more races. Well, actually, we could do a Trailblazer. But, actually, let's do a loop circuit. Yeah, it's because I'm on an insider build. And technically I'm running 20H1, which is the first big update of 2020. Oh, right. Thanks for the reminder. I keep forgetting because I don't look over there very much. Yeah, once the game launches, Katarian? I'm gonna go with that, and you let me know if I'm wrong. Once you get it running, it runs perfectly. Same with this game. Except, this game, if you try and capture it with OBS, which is what I'm using to capture this, then the game instantly freezes, and once you close OBS, or tell it to attach to a different process, the game crashes. So, don't try capturing Forza with OBS, because even though the Forza demo runs fine, the Forza release game literally has a code path that does not work. Hey look, it's Sonic! Yeah, using display capture. Kind of have to. I haven't tried window capture, but I wouldn't expect it to work, so... Sonic, it seems you're driving a Ford of some kind. Also, I placed my water bottle in a very bad spot. So let me... I'd use game capture if I could. But display capture's good enough. Especially on Windows 10. Little bushes. Dylan. Hang on, let me check. Oh, there is no... I can't go into... What's the camera mode button? I love how even the signs are Lego. The flags aren't, but that's fair enough. Well, as soon as it works for me, I would happily do that. Feel free to add me at WizardCM on there as well. Well, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your day at work. And get excited because it's almost the weekend. On everything except Last.fm. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. I don't know why those keep breaking. Let's refresh this and trigger those again. Because we can... We have the power. There we go. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. So yeah, Last.fm doesn't allow you to change usernames. So I'm still Computer Master there. I want to say there are a couple other places. It's literal. My Uplay name should be identical to what you see. Actually, what you see on the top left of the screen when my social links show up. Everything's broken. Something is weird with browser sources when switching scenes. Like, I can actually pull up Uplay. And... I can actually pull up Uplay, yes. Literally the same. Just had to check myself. We should, Dylan. However, I'm in the city all day tomorrow. Hey. I'm completing all of the challenges. There are too many bricks. Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought this was a good idea? Well, Sonic, I'm glad to hear it. I want to say this was technically my fourth name? Or third? Ah, fair enough, Dylan. Maybe sometime next week. Just don't pull a Sonic and make sure it's installed. Yep, I got the invitation on Uplay. Their main window is just really bad. Accepted. See ya. One of the things that I really miss about Need for Speed Underground 2 is just how good a city can look at night if done well. In a racing game, at least. I don't think I ended up playing much Age of Empires 3. I think I might own it. I'd have to check. But Age of Empires 2 was where it was at. Also Age of Empires 1 with the race car. The one that could shoot rockets? Yeah, there was that one, and I don't remember what the actual other one was called. There was a different cheat code for it. Now I have to check. The Shelby Cobra with the cheat code, how do you turn this on? That one was a fun one. I don't remember. I don't remember if 2 had a car. I know 1 had a car. I need to finish this race. I'm not focused enough. I don't remember all of the cheat codes. I literally had to Google Age of Empires car to find out what the cheat code was. I literally had this conversation with Andasama last Sunday. That's the only reason I didn't have to actually type anything to find it. Oh, that is not a lot of experience. Game, what are you doing?
I think I've done it. The F40. I think it's finished. I mean, I followed the instructions. It sure looked like an F40. Come down here and pick it up. See for yourself.
Okay, let's grab this Lego car and start breaking it. I also need to mark it as a favorite once we get there. Make sure I don't forget. I'm so glad none of those were solid. Oh, that's gonna be solid though. Oh, there's a roller coaster! Guys! There's a roller coaster!
See, it's got a little Ferrari badge and everything. Sorry. Serious racing machine. All yours.
Oh my god! I know, Dylan. So many good lines in that game. Okay, The headlights are useless during the day. Just putting that out there. Let's go with that. I'm happy with the stock. Yeah, hang on. Can we... Okay, that's spray paint. Can we open the car door? Oh, the explode button doesn't work. You can't... Yep, we're going to bump up that acceleration slightly. Yes.
Want to test it against the real thing? But where are we going to get a real Ferrari F40 at short notice? Oh yeah, Horizon. Ugh. Meet me here.
Hey,
Now.
Wizard. I asked the Horizon Tech team to update Anna. Anna can now pin brick challenges for you. Go on, try it out.
There's a reason I turned Anna off. She's annoying. Right. Cars. Let's quickly... I have exactly 500 cars now. I would like to add to favorites. This is ridiculous and I love it. Look at the reflection along the top. I agree, Sonic. The one in Forza Horizon 3, her accent was better. Do you know how weird it is playing Forza Horizon 2 with Anna in an American accent? Ugh. Here we go. This should be really good. Don't know about you, but I think the Lego variant looks better. In my opinion.
Right. That's one of the most famous and ferocious Ferraris ever built. And you're in a big Lego set. But I'll tell you what, if you beat it, you can keep it. How's that for motivation?
I will beat it. I'll sell it. I don't need to keep it. I believe the Lego cars drive exactly as their real counterparts do. If I remember correctly. I may have to bump up the difficulty, to be honest. I think I lowered it at some stage. But Sonic, Lego. These buildings aren't very Lego, by the way. Had to. It was there. What? Should I not have hit the brakes on that turn? Welcome, Presto Cars. Hope your day's going well. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing on this fine day? Because I'm doing fantastic. Oh god. Nope! I should not have hit those. They slowed me down too much. I actually feel either the handling is slightly sharper on these, or I was just going so fast that I didn't have as much control. Which both are a possibility.
Are you serious? I mean, I knew these speed champions were a nifty bit of Lego building, but I never thought you... Hey, you go ahead and keep the real Ferrari. You earned it.
Yeah. Got an achievement for that. Oh, presto cars, no fair. I was lucky enough to get 1,000 credits in my wheel spin. That's how good I am at the game. But nah, at this stage, I don't particularly care about what I get in wheel spins. They're just disappointing. They're like loot boxes in Overwatch, just disappointing. Why did the first two give me little chimes, but the third one just broke? Does that mean I got that third one at some point? Don't know. Ooh, there's a drag strip here.
Thank you for flying LEGO Airways. Before takeoff, please ensure your seat is fully assembled and your LEGO Shark is stored safely in the overhead compartment.
If you're taking a Lego Shark on the plane, you've got other problems. Where did it put me? I was out over here. I wanted to hit this drag strip, the airport. Because, like, Lego drag strip, let's go. I was concerned that might be solid. Yeah. I mean, I've only been playing this expansion for 2 hours, so I haven't done much. Extreme Track Toys. I literally just got done building this car. Alright, Dylan, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. I was gonna check the difficulty settings. I'm on... highly skilled. I could try expert, but... I shall. Hi, Warden. Working from home, that sounds fun. How are you doing today? Nathan got 10th. Colin got 7th. I am fantastic because this expansion is amazing. So, normally most of this game is photorealistic. But they decided, for the LEGO expansion, we're going to do a mix of both. This is the map. You've got the Horizon Festival over here. You've got a stunt park over here. You've got a beach with frickin' pirate ships. You've got a desert with crashed alien ships. And there's a speedway up top, and there's a little city in the middle. Oh yeah, there's a lake going through, and there's Brickchester. So good. And over here you build your house, right? And literally, as you collect bricks, which, as you can see, I have 745 out of 1,000 at the moment. That 1,000 changes, so originally it was... I think it started at like 50. And as you collect them, you build your house. At the Speedway, yeah, I planned on doing that, and then I don't think I ended up doing that. I need to do these 3 anyway, so let's go. Although, I need to quickly discover this one over here. Yeah, they went... Hang on. We're going into drone mode for this. I bet the designers had so much fun. Now, this car is supposed to fall apart, right? No, that tree didn't end up being solid. Oh, I thought it did. I mean, I just lost my spoiler. So it does to some extent. I think those were sheep. Oh, do they? I did hear them whispering things earlier. Yeah, Tim, the step 1 is enable damage. Goats. Pigs. Ghosts. Also, look at this perspective one. Of course they are. Okay, that didn't do much damage to the car. Although I found a bonus cube, so... I found some of the new horns that they added. They're great. Oh, really? Tim. How do you tell the difference between cubes that you've already collected and cubes that you haven't? I haven't figured that part out yet. You're winning easily, and now tougher drivatars want to challenge you. Would you like to raise the difficulty from highly skilled to expert and receive 25% extra credits? Sure, let's try. Let's see how we go. No, I did not. I didn't watch their launch stream this week, otherwise I probably would have learnt that. I assumed as much, though. There's only one way to simulate LEGO, and that's to do it in real life. Yeah, but you get stuff for destroying them. Can you just destroy the same ones repeatedly and that counts? Because I know they respawn indefinitely. It tells you that initially. Oh god! I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Nope! I'm a bad driver. No! Too much drift! Let's try that turn again. There we go. Oh, jeez. I was expecting that road to be straighter. Did they ever fix that bug where the drivatars in front of you sped up and the drivatars that were far behind slowed down? Where technically it's supposed to be the other way around? I thought that was solid! Oh, no, not again. Nope. The one time, come on. This game's so much fun. And because the driving isn't simulation-based, you could probably get used to it. Go away with your Aston Martin. I'm here in my Lego car. Right, I need to be more careful in this area especially. Because this is where I ran into multiple issues. Yeah, Sonic's true. Sonic's right. Forza Horizon is crash more than you race, in a nutshell. I just have a lot of crashing experience. It's how I crash less. The problem that I've noticed with this game, and I don't know if it's the game or if it's me, but if I have replay or rewind enabled, I am more likely to crash because I'm more likely to be able to just hit the button to recover. And that builds bad habits. So I do have rewind off most of the time. I struggle in Mario Kart significantly more than I do in this game. And it's mostly because all the turns are sharp. And even with drift, when you drift in that game, you lose control of the car. In this one, when you drift, you gain control to some extent. I probably shouldn't have done that. It's fine. Tim, I'm going to overtake you for this one. I'm going to have to. You're in the Zonda. Obviously, you're going to do badly. Who else is in the Zonda? Oh, Major Nelson. Okay. Oh, jeez. That's a sharp turn. Yeah. I've been playing more Mario Kart recently because I had friends over. And there are a couple tracks where they're basically exclusively sharp turns, and I come last every time. Against NPCs at 150cc. Yeah, Sonic and I played Mario Kart on the train. That was fun. I am not winning at the moment. I'm 4th. I may have to redo this race. Probably paying more attention to the road than chat. Which is unfortunate. Nathan's 2nd. One more lap to go. I might be able to drop into 3rd. So at least I'd have a podium finish? Maybe? Oh, that turn felt very sharp. Like, the car's handling of the turn. But I think that's because I switched from the flat to the slope. Come on. Almost. No, not what I meant to do. I like how all the cars just slowed down. At least I'm in 3rd. I'm not going to catch up to 2nd, though. No way. Tim, that's because I have the Drivatar difficulty set very high, so your Drivatar is probably more skilled than you. Yes, it is, Panda. They announced it on Sunday, and they were like, it's out this week. And it came out today. Good morning. So that's 2 of the 3 on this road, so let's do this 3rd one. I only got bronze on this one. Complete the race. So I completed Challenger but not Champion. I don't even need a podium finish for that. Interesting. And my car is labeled as the Lego F40C. So here's the question. So if I go here... I like how this is labeled as 1987 LEGO Speed Champions. But if I then go... Ha! So they are in their own category. Okay. Panda, I've been there. I was actually there this morning because I woke up and my cat was with me and I was like, I'm just gonna spend an extra 5 minutes with the cat. Warden, what if I told you Forza Horizon 3 has a Hot Wheels expansion? Would you play that? So Forza Horizon 3 has Hot Wheels. Forza Horizon 4 has Lego. But it also makes sense because GTA 5 added the ability to have Hot Wheels style tracks. You know, those tubes that completely kill any kind of recorded video bitrate. The other thing I'm noticing about these races, and actually just driving around, is that there aren't a lot of Lego cars, and I'm curious why that is. Do I have to unlock them all for them to show up in all the drivatars, or do the people I race have to own them? So if I played in single player with... Oh no! I missed that checkpoint! What is this? What kind of cheap trick is this? So what I need to do is go round the left, right? So that when they group up on this turn... Nope, I slowed down way too much. So when they slow down there, I need to not slow down. Nailed it. So now I'm in second. Oh, jeez, no. That is my question too, Panda. I think it's because I've only just started the expansion and I've only unlocked 2 cars. So just by launching the expansion, you unlock 1. And then by collecting bricks, you unlock more cars. And I've only unlocked this F40. My assumption is that the more I unlock, the more will appear in races. But one of the issues Sonic and I noticed in a lot of the class... Ugh, a lot of the car classes is that there is not a lot of variety. So one of the rally... classes has like 3 cars? No, 5 cars, and 4 of them are Subarus. So you end up racing against a bunch of Subarus. Which is very boring, because then you look at the leaderboard and most of them are the same model of Subaru. I managed the podium finish in first this time. That's nice. You know, Warden, I keep forgetting that you're vegetarian. A lot of the trees are, Panda. Just depends on where you are on the map. So let me load this up. So I'm specifically in the speedway. So I don't run into a lot of trees here. Whereas... there's a bunch of Lego trees here. Actually, they all show up as Lego trees on here, don't they? Okay, let's go out this way. Yeah. Wouldn't... I agree. It's just a car. I don't really... There aren't many cars where I'm like, ah yes, that one looks amazing. They're just cars. They're like computers. As long as they're powerful and do what you want them to do. Okay, Panda, here we go. I know it's dark. Lego tree. Okay, so those are real trees. Where was that big forest of Lego trees? I remember just crashing through a Lego forest. It might be down here. Because this is not a Lego forest. I've been lied to. Ooh! I need to break this guy. Right here. Okay, this Lego car does not like going uphill in the grass. Yeah, there we go, Panda. Well, I guess it's on the edges. That's disappointing. I wonder why. Do you have you named it the Screaming Kia? But Panda, did you kill their dog? 'Cause maybe you did, and it's stuck in one of the wheels. Maybe there's a screaming dog in your car. Panda, sounds like you need a Subaru. Join the club of Subaru drivers. Let's do this one. Oh, actually, is this a... Is this a thing I can get without having to try too hard? Yes! Yes, it is. Aha! I've collected 11 bonus boards, Tim. Just like you. Ooh! It's the ghosts! Oh, and it's sunrise. Here are the ghosts. Apparently they whisper to you at night. Yeah, so does my boss. My boss has a Subaru. Like a proper sports car. I wouldn't get a Subaru. Right, let's go through Plastic Flower Forest. It's pinging me on Discord at this hour. Yeah, same, Panda. I agree with what was said earlier, as long as it gets you from A to B. I don't particularly care. Like, in most racing games, including this one, I tend to drive Mustangs for the most part. But, like, I honestly don't care. There's a reason I'm driving a Lego car at the moment. Because it's a freaking Lego car. And I'm here for it. Oh, I should probably... Can I do that from here? No, I can't. Okay. Probably haven't gotten enough points, skill points for it anyway. If I googled the WRX, it's probably the same as my boss's car. It's a nice looking car, but it's a car. Not to mention, most of the good looking cars are expensive. I'm doing well this race, by the way. I'm very focused right now. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's been my experience, Tim. I can't really be part of this cars discussion while playing a racing game because I don't actually have a driver's license. Even if I did, I still don't care about cars. The only thing a car would be useful for me is to cut down my commute by maybe 10%, if I'm lucky. Like, that's how bad the traffic is to work. It's not even worth it. I nailed that turn. And that drift. Yep, cars cost a lot. Not even new cars either, just cars in general. And not only is it the car payment, but it's also fuel, insurance, rego. Yeah, that's the challenge. Okay, I've done those races. I need to do this one over here. I wanted a 180, not a 360. Oh yeah, also, this game has speed boost. Found more sheep. Ooh, fancy lantern. Oh, hi, Root. Yes, I'm still alive. It's only been... It hasn't even been 3 hours. Come on. I usually aim for at least 4 hours with these streams. I'm gonna bump up the game music slightly, though. This song actually sounds nice. I found the cows! Okie dokie. And the Lego car against real cars. Oh, this race is gonna suck because that first turn, I'm in 7th, and everyone's gonna speed off. Because that's the way this game works. If you screw up on the first turn, the whole thing goes to crap. Might be able to get myself in 5th. But I do not expect 1st or 2nd. Maybe 4th. I'm glad they didn't go with, like, El Cheapo engine sounds for the Lego cars. Ooh, that's bad. I'm gonna be stuck in 4th for most of this. Or 5th. Yeesh. Cool. I keep driving on the sand, which slows me down as well. I don't know how I feel about 4th. I'm a little bit annoyed. Yes, Sonic, most likely they, in the case of the F40, they would have used the F40 sound of the non-LEGO version. I'm just glad they didn't specifically go, hey, let's make our LEGO cars sound like little plastic pieces of crap. Also, is there an achievement for how much... Oh, okay, Lean Mean Green Machine. What is that?
So, what's the first thing you need to add to your Lego house? Hello, Horizon here. A garage, of course. Better get to work on those challenges.
Welcome to it, Potato 1. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. Too much Lego. I'm lost! No, Forzathon is... Well, yeah, it was a weekly Forzathon thing. I'll check what it was in a sec. Specifically, what I did to get it. Ah yes, common white mittens. That's what I was missing in this game. It was the thing I wanted most. Okay. Earn 3 bin man skills. I must have hit a Lego bin along the way. Now, here's what I was going to do. Also, let's grab another freewheels. Nissan Skyline. How many of those do I have? Ooh, okay. I've almost got 1,000 Lego pieces. Plain racing, I can do that. Is that the Linus Tech Tips of cars? Oh man. Sure, let's go with that. Ah, yes. I finally got it. The cream top hat. That's what I was missing. Now. There was another thing I was going to check, and I've forgotten what it was. Let's take a look at the map. Let's do the airport leap. Should I dress up my character in all white? The problem is that I can't customize this character who is already wearing white and red. So... Yes, Panda, that is one solution. Oh! He wasn't kidding! Also, that plane doesn't look very Lego.
You have arrived early. Forzathon Live will begin soon.
I'm assuming that's lined up like bowling. Well, see, the challenge, Sonic, of knowing a good mechanic is if you spend as much time online as we do, you don't meet people that are local. Oh, is it all the way up that way? Okay. Kick used to be? Ooh. This airport is full of these. All the points. I've smashed 50 of them. Oh, Tim's already smashed 100 of them. What have I been doing with my life? Now, Forzathon Live doesn't start for another 10 minutes. Are there things we can do nearby that will get me more? Not a lot of things nearby. This danger sign. That's relatively close by. Of course, Root. I read chat all the time. The problem is, I took apart my, my netbook so that I could try and flatten it, because it only can expand out about that far. And because I place it down like this, the screen angles down like that. So it makes it hard to read, so what I wanted to do was flatten it out. Unfortunately, my dad didn't warn me that when he flattened it out, if you bend it in far enough, which I did so that I could screw it back together, it snaps back in, so then it only expands out that far again. So now I have to take it apart again. We're going to redo bend, and I'm going to be more careful. Ah! I'm so bad at this. Oh, it is from that side. Oh! That's cool. That was a terrible
Wizard.
jump, but...
I've been keeping an eye on your brick count, and the Lego architects have some extremely interesting ideas about your house. Care to come and meet us?
Yes, but I want to do better on this danger sign first. Oh, that's solid. Okay, how do I... What? I rebounded off the tree. Is it? It's not the tree I'm rebounding off. What am I rebounding off? There we go. Now let's try that again. Well, Sonic, Hanzo's arrows were previously nicknamed trees.
Okay, Wizard. Plotting your route to the Forzathon Live event now.
I start at 9 and get up at 7. But I've perfected my morning routine to take about 40 minutes, including shower, breakfast, brushing my teeth, and getting dressed. But not everyone can do that. And even then, sometimes I'm lazy and take a little longer to wake up slightly earlier. Yeah, but Root, you're crazy, so...
Forzathon Live will begin shortly. Good luck. Forzathon Live.
Yeah, I'm not a morning person, and squeezing that into 40 minutes is already a struggle. Okay, so you do get points for smashing them over and over again. So now we know that Tim just went to the airport and just crashed into the same bricks over and over again. So let's do the same. Let's run over all those bonus cubes. Ah, but do it, Potato. You need the job so that you can pay for games like this one. Because this game was like $120. My brother currently doesn't have a job. He doesn't. He also doesn't want anything. He's also not interested in buying a car, even though he's got his probationary license. I wouldn't mind working 1 day less in the week and 1 hour less each day. I think that would be the sweet spot. Well, actually, no. The sweet spot would be 6 hours a day, 4 days a week. We as a society work too much. We've gotten so efficient at everything, but rather than giving people a break, people in charge are like, well, now that people are more efficient and computers are more efficient, let's make our people work longer, because that'll clearly get us more money, which is not true, because when your developers are tired, they do not work as quickly, and they will not get things done. I remember reading an article, and I've mentioned this article so many times, probably here and everywhere else, from like 1920 or 1910, where this one guy wrote a paper and he was like, so, based on the speed at which we are becoming more efficient, eventually people will work 3 hours a week, 3 hours a week, and computers will do the rest. Because we don't need to be that efficient. Well, so that's the thing. I don't remember if it was specifically 3 hours. It was around 3 hours. It was like that level of...
You have arrived early. Forzathon
I mean, when you
Live
think
will
about
begin
it,
soon.
in 100 years, the amount of work we manage in 38 hours a week is crazy compared to what we used to be able to do 38 hours a week, or, you know, whatever, 100 years ago. Well, see, that's the problem, Sonic. There are so many jobs where a computer can't do the whole thing. I mean, even my job, right? Web development. A computer can't design and build a website on its own. Sure, you can have tools like Squarespace or Wix, where it makes it easier for you and it's just drag and drop. But there are a lot of specialized websites and applications where you're like, I can't get this done, you know, automagically. I mean, the tool I'm working on right now, which is a management panel for IoT smart meters for gas, water, and electricity. No one could build that using AI. At least not current AI. Maybe not AI for the next 20 years. I'm struggling with this. This car is not built for drifting. And I missed that last. Yes, Panda, that is one of the reasons. And the problem is, no one is going to accept universal basic income. Because it's basic income. And it's also telling that the richest, like, 2% have more, or what is it? The richest 5% in the US have more than, like, 80% of the... The stats on that are super crazy. But basically, the richest people have more money than most of the rest. Yes, cost of living goes up. The cost of everything goes up. But the amount of money each of us are paid does not go up. Instead, all of that money goes to CEOs and millionaires. Because that's the way our society works. Oh, sorry, and to, obviously, big companies. I mean, look at how much money Apple has. And guess what? They just made a desktop PC that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. Because they can do that. I mean, universal basic income will become a necessity. I'm surprised it hasn't already. Because one of the things that research on the topic has shown is that even if you're given a certain amount of money every month to live, enough to pay for food and for rent, for example, a lot of people will still work jobs of some kind. Or they will have hobbies where they make money. Because majority of people get bored. And when you're bored, you go do something. And when you're not pressured to work 8 hours a day on the same thing every single day, you're more creative. Danny and Ransom, welcome to the stream. Hope your day is going well. We're just talking about jobs. I love this game. I'm level 480. I have been playing this expansion for 3 hours and 15 minutes. And I'm having fun. I went the wrong way. I thought that was the last flag. I am doing so badly. It's so hard to keep up with this discussion. Let me switch to chat here so that I can... Yeah, Dad Potato, that can be the case. But you reach the point where, like, when my previous job got rid of me because they had no more work for me, I didn't grab a new job for about 4 or 5 months. And in that time, honestly, I didn't do much. I could have done a lot more, been more productive. But I needed the break because I went from primary school to high school to 2.5 years of university, then to full-time work. And there's a reason people take a gap year either before uni or after uni. Because that is a lot of time of just working non-stop. Now, during that break after work, I also, you know, had the ability to visit the US for almost a month. Visit a bunch of friends, which was a lot of fun. And then I went straight back to full-time work. Now, do I wish I could work less? Yes, all the time. Do I enjoy what I do? Absolutely. But too much of a good thing, you start to go stir crazy. Oh no, I've screwed this up again. I can confirm this car's handling is like the F40. Because race cars not designed for... Damn it! Hey, that counted. I'll take it. I'll have to find the article, because it's... or the... whatever it was. Article, research paper. Whatever it was fascinating, and I reference it so often, I just need to document it somewhere. Yeah... Warden, that's kind of obvious as an outsider that Americans don't take breaks, and it shows. I mean, to be fair, my Japanese colleague also doesn't take breaks. He's on holiday for 2 weeks at the moment in Japan for a friend's wedding. He is responding on Slack and email every single day, even though he's not supposed to be working. On top of that, when he's actually here and working, he comes in at 9 AM and leaves at like 9-10 PM. Because this is the society that we've developed. Well, I recommend a real break. My brother started going stir crazy about a month in. Now, he doesn't have a job, but I'm sure he'll look for one, because you kind of reach the point where you're like, I'm not doing anything, and I need to do something. Okay, what challenge was that? Earn 3 stars in a field lane drift zone. How did I earn 3 stars in that? That was terrible. I'm still doing bad. I'm the only one doing this, aren't I? It's literally just me. This is the downside of an expansion. Okay, we're not doing this anymore. We're going over to the house because we have unlocked the garage. Danny, I enjoy Overwatch, Minecraft, Forza Horizon. Those are my main ones. I do enjoy the Pokemon games. The Lego games. I now own all of the Lego... I'm going the wrong way. The Lego Star Wars and the Lego Harry Potter games? I am absolutely going the wrong way. Yeah, annual leave in Australia is good. However, because I only just passed the 1 year mark, my current job, I haven't had the opportunity to do that yet. However, there's a possibility I might be going as TwitchCon, might be going to TwitchCon this year. Fingers crossed. And I would need some annual leave for that. Danny Ransom, both PC and Xbox One. Oh, actually, Halo Reach is also fun. I play that with my friends from high school every year for my birthday. Sweet! New brick challenges and super wheel spin. Let's see what clothes I got.
According to the instructions, this new Lego house upgrade is a combination living area and rear sunroom. Time to start collecting bricks for another upgrade.
Collect another 325 bricks. See, I got no time off for Christmas, Root. But that is that is a decision of the CEO of the company, which he took time off. Probably using his annual leave. But the company kept running. Because unfortunately, a lot of the people... Yeah, we get public holidays. We get Christmas. Let's grab this influence board. I'm also going to turn down the game a bit. Because it's getting late. Ooh, here we go! Nice. Boat didn't break. Correct, Danny Ransom. Probably looked at my Xbox profile. 4 weeks annual and 7 days sick. Yeah, something like that, Sonic. I don't keep track of it. And apparently neither does my work, because my payslip still says I have either 5 days or 5 hours of annual leave left. Like 5.8 something. And I don't know whether it's days or hours. It just says 5.8. And it said that even after I took off personal leave and annual leave. Oh, sorry, sick leave. Mild weather. Speaking of weather, it was cold here these past couple weeks. This week has been really nice. Actually, it started raining like crazy. Oh, come on! I wasn't going that slow. Yep, I recommend moving to Australia too. That way I can have more friends! Join me, friends. You might regret it only slightly. Especially the time zones, they suck. That danger sign is a good idea. Of course, it's on the other side of the map. I need to do that speed zone and that one. Other than time zones, nothing sucks. Comparatively speaking, true. The time zones that really get you. Excuse me? My internet is fine, thank you very much. The ping to US servers sucks, but that's another story. I have 50 megabits down and 20 up. I could pay for 100 down and 50 up. But like, that's an extra $10 a month that I'm not going to be using anyway, so... Cost of video game sucks, yes. What you consider a $60 game, we consider a $100 game. The deadly wildlife... are just as scared of you as you are of them. In the blazing heat, yeah, but I was in California. I've seen the heat there. It's about the same. I actually think I got mild heat stroke that time we went out for archery. I wish I had been there for longer than a day and a half. So it'll be different next time. Still need another 12 influence balls. Well, basically, Warden, I started seeing stars and I was like, yep, I'm done. Otherwise, I really would have wanted to do it longer. That's my one regret from the entire 20 days I was in the US. So next time, you might have to take off a week off work. Or something close to it. Nah, it wasn't that bad. As I said, mild. I was fine after a bit. My body just wasn't ready for it. And I didn't say anything because I was like, I really want to do this. This is fun. Archery's fun. Correct. I do know this. Have you found a good archery spot where you're living now? Because I know you really liked the one that you had in California. I mean, next time I'm going to North America, Panda, I'm visiting you for sure. Don't think I've forgotten you. No, Root. It wasn't even like a true attempt. It was like, hey, we could do this at some stage, maybe. Oh, really, Warden? Ah. Well, that sounds fun too. However, one thing I did learn a year and a half ago? 2 years ago? Would have been at least 2 years ago now. Jeez. When we went to an ice skating rink with my previous work, I realized I prefer rollerblading. Just because it's so cold. Yeah, Root, exactly. Panda, let me be absolutely clear. Hang on, let me let the cat out first. Because she has woken up. Panda, let me be absolutely clear. I don't care about places, only the people. My first US trip, I went to New York, where we have family, and most of the time, we were there for like 4 or 5 days. My dad spent time with family, like going to places. I literally, by choice, spent most of the time indoors watching Netflix, because Netflix in the US had Once Upon a Time, and Australian Netflix does not. That is what I did in New York for most of the time I was there. Sure, I visited a couple places. That's what I did. You okay, Tim? Oh no, Tim. I hate it when that happens. Probably like a... Alright. Your cars are probably this far apart. Right, so I need to do this speed zone. So yeah, that's what I did for most of the time in New York. We were in Chicago, and instead of spending time with family, which we did spend at night, I think, during the day I went to see a museum with Lauren. Which that was fun. We basically spent the whole day making fun of dinosaurs, which was great. But again, the whole point wasn't to see the dinosaurs, it was to hang out. Because that is the only reason that is the only purpose of my future US trips, unless I go to TwitchCon. Because obviously TwitchCon will have other priorities. But any main US trip, let's say, any mainline trip, visit people. Why is that 1 star? That's bad. What do I need for more than 1 star for that? There is no HBO in Australia. And most of the stuff like CW shows, because, you know, I've been watching Supergirl. You can only watch that on something called Foxtel, which is owned by Telstra, our biggest ISP and telecom company. And that costs ridiculous amounts. So you end up pirating stuff like that. Telstra is a joke, yes. But they're a joke that make a lot of money. Oh, it was also really funny, actually, Sonic. A couple months ago now? A couple representatives from Telstra were, you know, going around knocking on people's doors, and they were like, hey, so this is the plan that we could give you. And it was slower speeds for like $40 extra a month. And we were like, yeah, no thanks. We're happy with what we've got. Do I just need a faster car for this? Why is this in the middle of the runway? What speed do I need to go? 240. I was nowhere close. No worries, Root. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your night. So here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I could go with the Pagani Zonda. Favorite? No. Still no. The Cohen Sega's faster. Oh, no, Panda, you are never converting me to horror movies. Never, ever, ever. Okay, that's slightly higher than 250. That won't get me 3 stars though, will it? Oh, whew. Sonic, you know how I was considering maybe taking you with me to the US? Not happening anymore. You've ruined your one chance. But nah, trips to the US are expensive. Also long. Even longer if your flight's delayed. Oh, those walls are destroyable. Nice. Yes, but Panda... No. Never happening. Like, it's not even just that, you know, I get scared watching them. I just don't like the aesthetic either. No! So it turns out, because that wall isn't solid, you can't just speed past that turn. Oh, damn. So I have to slow down near the end. Oh! Here's what I was looking for! Where does it show up on the... It's hidden on the map. That's where it is. Okay, Tim, I've also hit 100 bonus cubes. Both true, Sonic. Politics have gone out the window. And now they can... They will ask you to hand over your phone and laptop so that they can dig around. Oh, I need to redo that. Just because. And you can't stop it because you're not a US citizen. Like, it used to be bad. And for my previous US trip, I kind of considered just wiping my laptop. Okay, 318. Is that 3 stars? 6 more! I was 6Ks off. Oh yeah, the fact that the cost of items themselves doesn't include the tax, so you have to count that yourself. Also not having a permanent spot, like a house. You kind of go, well... Especially because my last US trip, every 2 to 3 days I was flying somewhere else. Jeez. Yeah. Panda, my dad, brother, and mum were visiting the US for 2 weeks. Earlier this month. And they crossed the US Canada border. And they only crossed it for, like, during the day. And on the way back. And the border agent was like, what did you do in Canada? You know, because they weren't there for very long. And my dad was like, oh, you know, just lunch. There was a better view, you know. My dad is such a comedian. But yeah, that's literally why they went. For the better view and to eat lunch. That is why they crossed into Canada. I was 20k slower. That is not worth it. Alright, let's try... Let's try this Trailblazer. Damn it, Tim, you've completed that one. I mean, that's basically, yep. Sonic, yes. Hanging out with people is a lot of fun. And that's why my next US trip, where I go to visit friends, will be more than just 2 to 3 days per person. It'll be less people, probably. But that's only because I learnt my lesson last time. Having a flight every 3 days is tiring. Oh, and I'm going to do time zones correctly as well. Instead of going... Because the way I did it was I basically went from the top left, along the top, towards the right, and then I went that way and that way. Where I would lose time on the first half of the trip, then gain time for the second half of the trip. I'm just going to start at New York and work my way left. Well, not New York, obviously. Where Warden is. And then work my way westwards.
Trailblazers. See those flares?
Ooh, a Trailblazer with a speed boost. Oh, jeez. So... Oh yeah, a thing you should know is Panda can't drink much. Well, the idea would at least be you, Lauren, ideally Luna, and Panda. That would be the top priority. Which for the most part is very easy. Because a lot of you are very close together. Maybe we should get Panda over to you guys. Like set up a GoFundMe or something. This car is not designed for Trailblazers. This is what I've learned. Yeah, party at Lawrence, maybe. The trickiest part is always, for everyone, getting time off. Yeah, I need something that's better on the sand for this. Because I am drifting sideways for most of this. Oh, nope, I missed it. Well, that's what people do now, Panda, right?
Boom! Now that's how you blaze a trail. Nice driving.
No, it's not. That's not how you blaze a trail. Not at all. That was terrible. Yeah, no, Warden. I would probably let you know like 8 months to a year in advance. Most likely, it will be sometime next year. Maybe. Really depends on if I go to TwitchCon this year. And then whether I'm going to TwitchCon next year, because if I do go to TwitchCon next year, then I could go TwitchCon, then to you, and I don't know where Root is these days. But that's how I would do it. Either around TwitchCon, or just another time. We'll see. Because TwitchCon this year is going to be mostly a test. I haven't done this one yet. So that was the first Trailblazer, actually. How many more do I have? There's this one. Let's do this one. That your cat never shuts up, Panda. Because we know this already. Yes. I know Sonic. Alternatively, we all just go to Universal and just spend a week in Harry Potter Land. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yes, but Panda, your cat is also a chain smoker. I know, Warden. My brother and mum went there for the first... Which way am I going? Where is this next checkpoint for the Trailblazer? Did I go the wrong way? Is it actually... It's over there. It is hideously expensive. My family went there during their visit. And it's like $180 a day, US, per person. Like, oh no. No, I don't think I'm gonna get 3 stars on this. Oh no. That's a plane. The gears on this car are terrible. Also, what is that challenge? Ram into a biplane and send it flying. I accept this. Yeah, I did only get 2 stars on that, didn't I? Where's that Trailblazer? Was it? I did start here, didn't I? Yeah. I think he means isn't a common thing. Sonic, can you confirm? As someone who had aircon installed right there... Ah, fair enough. Well, don't scare Panda like... Oh, and Warden. Yes, but Panda, you live in Canada. Ideally, for most of the year, you don't need it. To be fair, this house also didn't come with air conditioning. Only ducted heating on the floor. My neighbors next door and across the street have it in their roof. And it does both. Sonic, Canadians are crazy. No, I know you do, Panda. I've seen what temperatures you hit. I just don't know if that's common across all of Canada or like your section of it. Yeah. Exactly, Sonic. And this is something that I have learned through many discussions with Panda. Oh, I screwed that up. I need to stay on the road. What do I need to do? Hello, Mini Cooper. What time is it? It is 11:41. It's like the Canadians steal our warmth for July. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah, see? Panda knows what I mean. Oh, I see. I was like, why am I so high up? That's why. Because the grip of the webcam was not tightened, even though the angle is pointed down. There we go. Is that at least 3 stars? That's in the damn Coenseg too. And Tim's already beaten it by 30 k's an hour. Tim is going to be the death of me. Sonic, I've seen it hit, what, 44? That's the highest it's been here? Sonic, I don't know how to adjust gearing. This particular Coenseg has a very specific setup that people put together for the best speed. It was like the most recommended... what are they called? Ooh, an Audi RS7. Yeah, this one's specifically tuned for speed. Yeah. This is a downloaded setup. Is it because we keep making fun of your country, Panda? Because if it is, I'm sorry. What do you mean has gone to, Sonic? What do you mean don't have to shower? I mean, I agree, but it's amazing how many people are like, I don't feel myself until I have a shower. Like, eh. Okay, so we've done that. We have a Trailblazer here. Where the hell does this Trailblazer go? Also, I could probably... actually, that's on dirt, isn't it? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that in the Coinsec. Might do that race. Not in the Coinsec, but I might do that race. Speed trap. Yeah, that one should be doable. Let's do that one. Because that one I should be able to get 321. Don't worry, Panda, my buddy hates me too. I did some gardening with my friends 2 weeks ago. I managed to sprain my wrist. And so I spent the week watching James Bond movies instead of playing Overwatch. Also, I need to do competitive. Someone remind me that I need to do my placements next week. That is the thing I need to do. Because I've got to be running out of time at this. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had a migraine. I occasionally get like minor headaches. Like very occasionally. It's been a long day, but other than that. That tree was very solid. Comp next for day night. Sonic, do you want to just try that first sentence again? Yeah, we need to do placements. Maybe we could even drag Panda into it so she can carry us. Actually, I don't know if she'd be able to carry Curious Death and Jats, to be honest. No! No, next Friday night? What day do they... Enough? Yes, it was. That's a solid building. Also, they even did like the plastic doors and everything. No, yeah, that is one of the things I really dislike about working in general, but also the field that we're in, where if you take a day off, it can really mess with timelines, and so you feel guilty doing it. In my opinion, if you feel you need a day off, take the day off. My boss feels the same way, because you're better off taking the day off and being more productive later. Tim, no. I don't have high scores. You've already got them all. Oh, it's under this bridge, okay. I was like, where is this? I need to just follow the river, because apparently it's always under the bridge. Okay, this car is not designed for river driving. Ha! 14 bonus boards. I am at the top of my friend ladder. Wouldn't be surprised if there's like a bonus board in the trees here. Let's grab an off-road car. Something like the... Yeah, why not? I mean, if you feel like a Panda, I know ping sucks. So, I would never suggest you do it. One of those things where I'm like, I know what it's like. Tim's in Melbourne, I believe. I think. Or is he in Asia again? You never know with Tim. He could be anywhere. So we're off-roading, and I want to look around in these bushes over here. Probably one in this area. There wasn't one over there. Jurassic Graveyard. Sounds like a fun time. Yeah, I already got this bridge one. I purposefully don't have an alt, because it means I was able to hit gold border on my main for this year's anniversary. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't see the point in maintaining a second account. I guess if I wanted to see where would I actually place, but that's more of a shitty part of the Overwatch ranking system than it is a reason to get a second account. I was considering making an alt last year, or at some stage during Smash 100 signs. Keep upgrading your house. 3 stars at the Dunes Run Trailblazer. Speed Trap. Danger Sign. Smash 500 as bonus cubes. Return to your house to build an extension. Ooh.
Hey, wizard. Got enough bricks? Great. I'll send some Lego techs down there straight away.
I
Or
was
you can
considering
wizard build it
naming
yourself if you prefer.
an alt Wizard C. Moira, because I thought it was clever. Everyone else disagreed, so I decided not to do it. I'm not very good with coming up with alternative names. I'm happy with the name that I've got. Yes, but the name is clever, Sonic. Doesn't care about the actual... it doesn't matter about anything behind the name. Just that the name is clever. Where is this? Does this have any? I love the Lego bushes.
Okay, wizard. I've updated your...
Yeah, but I want to go
Route
to
to the Forzathon Live event now.
Wizardette. I don't know. People will think it's a Bowsette thing rather than a Wizard Eater. Yeah, it doesn't work as well. Here we go. New brick challenges. Hype tour. What is hype tour? I
Hey,
want a hype
Wizard.
tour.
Can you come and meet me? We have a little bit of a problem.
What do you mean a problem? Kira's probably my favorite character in this. Also, I did end up angling it a little too low. 9 chapters. Let's do this. Star card, you have completed name. What? Where are the star cards? How do I get to the star cards? You have completed name. Gamertag flare. Current flare. What is completed name? I'm assuming one of them is named name. Story collector. Guessing it didn't have the name loaded, so the placeholder was name. Oh yeah, no, Bowsette was fantastic. Just because of where people went with it. But, like...
Hey, Wizard. Now, I need some of these brick challenges tidied up around the valley, and you need a new wing on your Lego house. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement.
No, people got creative, and that's what I like about those kinds of memes. It's less about stuff like that, just people got creative. That'd be fun, Panda. Mace face. Yeah, I'd assume it supports special characters, because there are players with Korean and Japanese characters that I've definitely seen in the Aussie servers. Alright, there was a Forzathon live event. Actually, I don't see it on the map. Wow. Oh, it's down here. Would you look at that? There's no one there. Because everyone's still exploring the map. I bumped into that tree, and this one collapsed. What happened? Yeah, it started raining like mad on the way home. Which it wasn't supposed to rain today anyway. I will probably end the stream in a bit. It's midnight. I'm gonna try one of these hype tour chapters and then end it there, I think. Oh, I'm sure, Panda. But that's half the fun. Like, if people report the name as offensive, that's their problem. If you take a game that seriously, you're doing something wrong. Alright, let's see. What do we have here?
Horizon Lego Valley is a smash hit. Everyone here loves it. That's not the problem. Problem is, nobody at the UK festival believes it's real. They think we're faking it with normal-sized Lego. So, we're going to do an all-out Speed Champions PR blitz. What do you say? Let's start with the Speed Champions McLaren Senna. The one people on our social media pages are calling so obviously a toy it's not funny.
So obviously a toy, it's not funny. Well, the brick size they chose is pretty large, so that's probably the reason. Oh my god, I have to stay above 240?
I asked the LEGO team to help us, and they provided fact sheets on each Speed Champions racer. Did you know the Senna's unique glass door panels are recreated using...
What the hell happened to the road texture there?
...green element placed upside down.
That was weird.
I'm not sure how that
It went the wrong way. Oh no. Oh no! Yes, Warden, yeah. I mean, the reason Warden's here is probably because we haven't had a chance to hang out in months. Oh no, this is gonna suck. Yep, I'm going too slow. I'm not gonna make this in 30 seconds. No way. I might be able to. I mean, seeing this ridiculous expansion is worth it on its own, in my opinion. I'm not going to make that in 5 seconds, especially with that Mini Cooper being right there. If I can dodge it slightly. Yep, that's solid. I have to slow down on that final turn. I don't have an option. So, 2 stars it is.
Perfect. Nice drive.
Real Lego Senna, 100% not fake.
And then we'll see what's obviously a toy.
They had so much fun with this, I love it. Also magically human size again? So Warden, here's what we should do for future days. Let me know when you're working from home and I will stream. How does that sound? Well, Sonic, what we do is we sit at our computer and type words almost non-stop. We do some Googling, and then we type more words. Okay, Warden, I shall try and keep that in mind. Okay, I might do one more of these. That was fun.
Hey, Wizard. Thanks for coming back. I'm thinking we do a follow-up PR event with a different Speed Champions car. Prove we're not just gluing some fake bricks to the paintwork. You up for it? Great. I've got your all-time classic, all-Lego Ferrari F40 ready to go.
Imagine being the one to pitch this idea.
We'll get the pictures and
Hey,
telemetry
so,
shared right across
new
the
expansion idea. Lego.
To recreate the F40's iconic wraparound black line, LEGO Master Builders used side building bracket plates and upside-down 1x1 Erling bricks. Sorry, full-size PR, I know. But these fact sheets are actually really interesting.
Oh no. Yeah. Googling is half the job. Because as you're in front of a computer all day, you don't have to memorize everything. Because a lot of it changes, especially in front-end web development, changes every 6 months. It's impossible to keep up. So you kind of Google things all the time, or you go, okay, so do I need this thing, or this thing, or this thing, or this thing for this specific situation? Or you try one thing and it doesn't work, and you go, okay, well, why doesn't it work? Oh, it's because of this reason. So you try something else. Okay, one star.
That was amazing! You can't fake speed like that, even with a perfect LEGO miniature.
Three stars. I actually don't know when we'll do comp. I want to try and do it during the week because we're getting very close to the deadline for it. I'm very curious what the next car is, but I'm going to end that there. I'm going to minimize the game for a moment. And instead, we're going to open BattleNet. Because, actually no, I'll open it on my laptop, that's better. Because I want to check when the comp season ends. I mean, Sonic, ideally we'd get Curious and Jats in on it. But Jats is usually very busy, and Curious's internet will go out at 9 PM my time. So we'd probably only be able to fit in maybe 4 or 5 matches each day. So we'd have to split it over 2 days, which is what we usually do anyway. Oh, right. Which password did I use? It's one of these. It's that one. It didn't even ask for my 2-factor. PTR is paused. Oh, I think I have to download an update. We'll see how big the patch is on my laptop. What I'm gonna do is park the car. Actually, no. What we're gonna do is we're gonna teleport to the middle of... Where were there the most Legos? Here. Let's teleport here. Panda. Jeez. That car just went through my car. I'm not okay with this. Now, one thing I do need to do is enable studio mode, and then I need to go to templates. I need to add a new color source. And then I need this to be black. And then I need it there. And then I need... This game is so funny without sound. Then I need a color correction because that gives me an opacity slider. And that allows me to do something like... Oh, I could also do a hue shift. Or add that. Actually, with saturation... No, I'd have to add saturation to the other layer. Okay, so the reason I just did what I did is so that when I do something like this, that looks cool. Oh, I don't have a fade on there? Well, Warden, I played with Angular once, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was okay. I actually liked that it felt more like working with HTML rather than JavaScript, because my biggest issue with the way React works is that it's all JavaScript. You're not working with HTML, and so because of how disconnected it is to what the browser actually sees, there are dodgy tricks you have to do. Like, for example, the JavaScript events that you... Normally when you do like an on-click, say on a button, or a link, if you try and override that, in React, what that actually does is it creates an event handler on the document rather than on the element. And so, if it's a specific element, then its internal priority is higher than the document's priority, and so your change doesn't actually do anything. So what I've had to do in the past, in my codebase, is instead use jQuery to attach the event handler on the element. Really dodgy, and I hate it. Season ends in 16 days. Okay, so we do have all of next. I believe I played with AngularJS. But here's what I can do. I'm going to quickly... Here's what we're going to do very quick. My hard drive is going to hate me, but it's fine. What's the presenter mode in Visual Studio Code? Forget what it's called every time. There was a thing. Enable error squigglies. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let me quickly switch this to JavaScript. So, say you have a React element, say a div, right? We're throwing stuff together here, right? So say this is a React element, right? If you add an on click, you'll notice that it's capitalized. Normally in JavaScript, you don't capitalize that. And because it's not capitalized, once it actually gets turned into HTML, this no longer exists. Instead, it does something akin to... if I could spell document... for example. And so if the div is internally coded to do something, this will never run, which is why you normally what you do instead is actually, I wonder... Sweet, I do have it downloaded. I think I have everything installed here, so it should be fine. So if we were to look at, say, app.js here, and this was before I actually knew how to write React, so ignore most of this. But my biggest issue with this... Yes. So, you have a component, which is fine. You've got a constructor, which is fine, and you've got functions that are part of that class, right? That class is of type component. You have a render function, And this render function is run whenever the state changes. So this object. If this object changes, this gets triggered. And what this basically does is it can read from stuff like the state, which is where you basically store all your variables. So say we did this a little cleaner, right? Where you store all of your variables that will change over time. You don't store them like this. This is actually really bad. And you'll notice I use jQuery because I don't actually know how to use. I didn't know how to use React back then. But this is bad because this variable, whatever you call it, is initialized before the constructor. And so it never gets reset. Once it's loaded, once you import this class, on. But the thing that I hate is stuff like this, where because they needed to differentiate a JSX or a React div class from a regular class, is they changed the name. And here's something even worse. If you go style, if you did something like this, React will complain. Because this is not valid React. Because this is not a HTML element. This is a React element. Because what you can actually do is, see how this is component. Say you actually grab div. And now, I think that's how that works. Then you get more stuff exposed. But the point is, this is a React thing. So this isn't a HTML style, it's a JavaScript style. And therefore, for this to work, you actually have to... This allows you to use JavaScript in the field. So rather than a string, it can be whatever. And in this case, it's an object, which would be display block. That's how that has to look. For that to work in JavaScript in React. It's really bad. I hate it. And then, here's the other dumb thing. So say you have a timer like this, right? Basic timer, this timer updates every 60 seconds. Really basic timer, all it does is it grabs the time and it stores it. Now, it stores it in the state of the current component. And so, this state gets updated every minute. And so, this code runs every minute. And then internally what React does is the code that was rendered a minute ago and the code that was rendered now, it compares them internally and then updates the parts of the DOM of the page that have changed. So if the only thing that has changed is the contents of this div, it will only update this part of the div. But this whole function will run, including every check in here and every check in here and this, because all of the code has to run for it to know what changed. And then it gets even worse when you've got components and components, because if you change the state of one component, it will trigger an update of every child component, and every child component will do its own render function and lifecycle methods. So for example, component did update and stuff like that, to be able to go, okay, here's what needs to change. And so that's why JavaScript code is so big and heavy these days. For that reason. Because this function, multiply that, let's say we had my current project at work, right? We have app, and then within that, we have either login, or we have what we call mainframe. And then in login, we've also got footer. Then in mainframe, we've got nav, we've got our page. And then in our page, we might have our pagination, our table. Nav will have a, say, primary links, secondary links. So each of these can maintain their own state, but they don't have to. Yeah, it's... And so, if something in here changes, say you're in mainframe and we have a thing in mainframe that allows you to switch languages, right? You go, okay, I want to go from English to Japanese. Right? This runs a function in app that goes, okay, I need to download the Japanese language file, and then it changes the app state. That then triggers a re-render in mainframe, which triggers a re-render in nav, which triggers a re-render in primary links, in secondary links, in page, in table, in pagination. Because the language changed, every string you see changes. So all of these run that whole render function that each of them have, just to be able to then compare the two and go, okay, here's what I need to change in the DOM. Now that makes sense to some extent because repainting in the browser is expensive. But you're also now running all of these functions internally just to change some text. And I don't like it. I hate it so much. And there are so many weird quirks. Like, if you, for example, using regular JavaScript, like this here, right? If you used a remove or a delete on this element, and then you try to do something with that element using React, React will literally crash because the element is no longer in the DOM. Because it's not built to expect something else modifying the DOM. Because it expects it's always in control. And that's why you have stuff like controlled inputs. So an input field where as you type text, it will run a function which updates the state. And that state then updates the contents of the field. So internally, this one is modifying this one, and this one's modifying this one, and this one's modifying this one. So it's an endless circle while you're typing. Now, as the user, you visually don't see a difference. Everything's instant because React was built to pretend it's instant. But obviously, in the background, this is running a function that changes this, and this is running a function that is changing this. And that's how you keep them in sync. Rather than this one going, okay, if this changes, I change. That's it. No, instead it goes both ways. It's dumb. Because every time you run that function to update the state, it then runs the render function, which then it does a comparison and goes, hey, you added a letter. So I would not recommend React on anyone. If you're going to learn something, learn vanilla JS, just regular JavaScript. And then from there, no, actually, learn HTML, because what I've noticed, working with a person who knows React really well, there are things you will learn in React that are not how HTML works. Learn HTML first, then styling, CSS, then regular vanilla JavaScript, because it is very powerful now. And then if you have to choose a library, go with something like Vue or Angular, because you will then be able to maintain most of the concepts you learned as part of HTML and CSS and apply them to JavaScript, rather than applying JavaScript to JavaScript, because React thinks it's in a world of its own, which it's not. Now, because I had this alt tabbed for so long, it's probably kicked me out. But actually, I don't know if it has. Okay. Well, why didn't that fade? True Panda. But what I have noticed is it's a mix of them. There's a lot of React, there's a fair bit of Vue, or however you pronounce it, VUE. Because actually that one looks really nice. I do want to experiment with it and build something myself. But that's going to be it from me. Thanks for watching. Oh jeez. How do I... I need to kick this into high gear. Just so that I can trigger drone mode. The game is so confused about what I've done. Thanks for watching. There will hopefully be a stream next week to do competitive placements in Overwatch. I appreciate all of you hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye!